Hello. Okay, that's better. And my voice coming through. I want to hear my own voice. All right, so let's get to it. Let me make sure I don't have any points. Nope. I just need, of course, to get fishing higher. And combat. Okay. We're getting get combat knocked out pretty quickly. Oh yeah, the sisters have an event, but I can't do anything today. When he gets back, we need mushrooms, and I need to give Macy a gift, and Lily, and Aaliyah. Okay. Macy, Lily, Aaliyah. I have their gifts in my pocket. Okay, we say that every day. Oh yeah, I forgot I also have these for what's her name? All this, the blooming flowers, the mesmerizing sound of the rain, seeing you, they're my favorite things. I've always felt a deep connection to this place, even before we shared it. What, to my house? Kind of weird. Kind of weird, Kenny. Or are you just talking about the farm? Is it anybody's birthday? No, but tomorrow will be. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me get their gifts together. Lily. I don't need that. Okay, that's Macy. And I need juice. Because Nina needs a gift, right? No. Aaliyah. Okay, so I need to get a muffin. Mm. But I don't know if the muffin will be available because it's raining. Alright, so I'll give those two gifts. I love that it's raining. I don't have to water plants. Let me go into greenhouse. Hi, Marcode. How are you? Happy New Year. I think all of the... Yeah, there's no fruit. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Oh yeah, I can't let the animals out. At least I can get... This hay goes quick. I need to get more hay. This is not gonna last the winter. I also need to put sugar cane in the... in here. Make sugar. I haven't been doing that. Let me try to get some animal products. Oil. Everybody's giving me stuff today. Oh, why did I think that I was just gonna sell everything? What am I doing? Nothing. I don't think anything's done. Nope. I'm gonna put the sugar in there. And I'll sell. Okay. Sell the feather. Alright, so let me find Lily, probably at home. Also want to have Yuri up here. Oh, we can get Yuri a gift today. Yuri's at home. I hate that I do that. Macy, probably at home. Yep. Get Goddess Blessing. Extra chance double item. Should have done that before I got the animal products. To the inn. Macy, where are you? I got pizza. Raj, the twins. We already had Raj's 10 heart event. Here's Macy. Finally, I don't have to crop. Okay, you say that all the time now. Oh, that's a. Is that Reina? I don't think we had the 10 heart event. Be careful out there. Talk to. I don't think I can go in his room. Oh, I can. Okay. A nice glass of wine. Maybe I'll get you some wine. I want to go outside and play in the water. We've got rain here and it falls right from the sky. Where is Samaru and Denali? I'm craving some delicious curry. Oh yeah, you like curry? Shouldn't have wasted it on you. How you gonna tell me you're craving curry and then you don't love it? Just stick with flowers. God, I found something that he loves. Okay, so we gave her the pancakes. But actually, I'm near. Millie is at home. Let me go to Millie's house. Or Millie, her name Yuri. I thought I was seeing things, but I think the temple somehow healed. I suppose that only means good things. Okay, cool. And pancakes. Yep. Find Lily. Bet she's at home. Oh. Skeleton peeking out. I don't really know what went on, but something good must have happened to that tree. It's looking much more well alive now. Pancakes. Let me see. Four more. Okay, nobody's at 10. She has one more. Alright, I'm gonna hang out with her. I need to remember Aaliyah. No, I'm not gonna hang out with her until I want to go to the mine, to be completely honest. Wasn't trying to go down there today, but I guess I'll have to. I think I tried to clear everything. Except for these. Let me just go down there. Okay, almost everything. We don't need bluegill. Yeah, that's why I was selling those. Um, oh, I'm trying to place a flower. What's happening? Oh, I guess amaranth is not a flower. Okay. Thought it was. Yeah. Okay. So what is amaranth then? I think. Is there one by itself? Okay. Black Beauty eggplant kimchi. Okay. Yeah, we've already offered kimchi, so those are going to be sold. And we're going to the mine. And really put these in food because take them. Don't need them. I was gonna give them away, but I don't need fire fit. Mooncake up. Yeah. Oh, and I don't need that or that. Or that. That in there. And that. Really green curry. If it's not, I want the jamu. Well, I don't need that either, actually. Have 7. Okay. See what they are offering. Oh shoot, no. Before I get too far, I need to be smart. Um, mm, and if I don't want to go in, then I can just get more hay. A lot of grass. Oh. Awesome. We'll go get explosives and geodes. Oh, nice. Apparently I need to fight you. Easy to beat. Nice. Tough meat. Okay. Go down. My holiday was good. I didn't do too much, but it was good. It's not. Don't want to give me any. Alright, I heard it. Perfect. Ooh, nice. I need my. Oh, friend's secret map. Use a hoe to dig up the loot. Okay, I don't have my hoe with me. That was easy. Mm. Oh. I'm not getting any other explosives. Okay, yes, I did. Something is not right. I don't want that. Perfect. I didn't want to run around this level anyways. I don't want that. Oh, I need that. Ooh. Oh, shoot. Always so tough to decide what to keep. Oh, I don't have any. How do I not have any explosive? So confused. Okay, there we go. Keep happening. Mm-hmm. Yikes. Okay, maybe I can make... Okay. Look, I need to go home and empty my pockets and come back. No, we have those. Oops. Let me go to... I'm about to get hit, yeah. There... Oop, wrong way. Oh gosh, there's so much stuff to take. I don't need a potato. Doo-doo. What the? What fish is that? That's a big fish. I already have it, but nobody wants. Oh. Tuna. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, that was it. Oh no. I don't want to use my energy. Who wants to do that? Okay, I need some explosives. There it is. thought it was glitching out. Okay, I see explosives. Actually, let me just get the. Perfect. Hmm. Okay. Oops. Boo, no more. Okay. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Thank you for the follow, Agent. Okay, 2 more. I don't think I... This one. Mm-mm-mm. Just want to go down a level. That's all I want. Okay. Hmm. Check. If there's no other checkpoint, then I'm done. Let me see. Cave. Memories. Oh, there's no more. Okay. Okay, so I've gotten to all the checkpoints. I was hoping 150 would have a checkpoint. And we're done. Well, let me get these. Oh, well, down another level. Oh my goodness. Awesome. I want as many geodes as possible. Since that other cave doesn't want to give geodes. Alright, we're done. I'll be here all day. But I'll leave now. Let me see. Ooh, I want to drop something for some hay. Hmm. Let me start going towards the exit since it's almost 11, which means it's almost midnight. Which means it's almost 2. Oh my goodness. Alright. Oh geez, it's 11:50. And now it's midnight. I don't even have any money, any stuff. Well, I mean, we don't need the money. We just gotta sleep. We'll make money tomorrow. Double money. Nice. Wait, we still made 10. Oh, 500. Forgot I had the fish in there. Oh, nice. The dragonflies are not the worst. Okay. Dippa. I know what Dippa loves. Thuria. I gotta try something. Finally! If that's what I'm thinking it is. I want to get started on. Yes! Like I'm rank A, but I can't do rank A stuff. Connor, you're here. But that would mean you also had a dream last night about the town hall. You had a strange dream last night. Go to the community center. Oh, and the mermaids. I reckon nature's okay. He says every day. I'll tell you a secret. A soft melody at twilight. That's the key to a bountiful harvest. Soft melody? Our plants sway to the rhythm, drinking in the notes. Okay. You know, I told Theo about this. He agreed. I'm sure he did. I learned this from my granddad. So once you have animals, make sure to talk to them every day. That's all they need. And food. You get that right. Don't forget to feed them, of course. I hope that one is obvious. Oh my goodness. My phone got so loud. Um. Oh, since I have these mushrooms, let me see. No, I did. Oh, this is a level up. Okay. Anything done? Yeah. put this there. Cool. Thought I had other stuff on the wall. Could have swore I did. Because I want to finish decorating this. Oh, these. Ah, I had this up on the wall. I heard there are 4. There's a lot of random stuff. Oh, this has to be rotated. Dude, I didn't put that away. It's not. Hi, Darklink. How are you? Nothing. And nothing in there. Oh, yeah, I gotta remember my greenhouse. Oops. Mm-mm-mm. I'm doing good, thanks. Get more fruit. I really want all of these finished. I think that this one might. I didn't mean to do that either. The kegs, the aging barrels. Okay, so I need to collect. Think of what I should do today. Let's sell that. This will go here. And where is, here it is. Okay. I don't need to do these events, but I can do them today and go to called center. Yeah, I can go to Allen Square. Okay. We're going to the community center first. Get this going. Yes, agreed. An official reopening of the town. That's what we need to do. That'll help us put behind the oil spill and pufferfish nonsense once and for all. Everyone agrees. In order for this reopening to happen, we need to add some attractions in town, right? And are we sure these are the projects we want to tackle? Yes. Yes, let's hurry up so I can... Aren't you forgetting the goal of reaching town rank S, Mayor? Silly me. You're right, Millie. It's hard to think straight. I'm just too excited. The thought of having a disco-themed gym here in town. What? What would that even look like? A disco-themed gym? That's funny. But let's recap the plan. Get to town rank S, do that by adding attractions to town, and somehow improve our heritage, ocean, and museum standings as well. Sounds about right? Let's get to it, people. Gosh. Yay! Okay. I think this is the one, right? That people say is the easiest. Yes. Trash, resin, scrap. Unlocks recycling center, decorative improvement. Oh, that'll be nice. Wait, let me look. It'll be clean. I just want to get the skins for the sheds, I'm not gonna lie. So let me go get trash, scrap, and resin. And then we'll go to Allen Square. Resin is way down here. These are big mushrooms. I don't remember how much. Alright. You managed to get the carrot skin? Oh, cool. I think there's like 4. But I think they're really nice looking. Confirm. I like that it doesn't cost money, even though, honestly, at this point in the game, they could make it cost money. It'd be perfectly fine. Starts tomorrow. 5? Okay. 5 solar panel. Let me see. Solar panels. Oh. Okay, so I need to make some gold bars. No problem. Oh, yeah, more gold bar. Oh, we could do that. Okay, that's how I can use my amaranth. And more gold bars. Okay. Basically, I need to get on the gold bars. There's even more. Oh, cotton cloth, finally. And that's where I use the flame essence. Okay. Okay. I don't think I have any shard and iris right now. I'll have to them. Okay. 10 osmium bars and 50 million gold bars. Let me go to Allen Square for Misuki. Come on, Tevin. That's cute. Well, well, well. Who's ready to get trashed in mini golf? May the best golfer win. That's the spirit. Oh, Suki cheated. Oops, my bad. I'm coming for you, Suki. I think that one's going to the next town over. I've been meaning to talk to you about something. This is difficult for me to say, but I can't keep it to myself any longer. I have feelings for you. I'm aware that this is unexpected, and I'm not asking you for anything in return. I just felt you deserved to know. I'm falling in love with you. Yours is polite. I thank you for letting me know, but I don't feel the same. I'm gonna break your heart. I was so nervous. Great, I have goldfish as my header. Okay, yes, that's what it was. Head to Raja's Coffee. I knew there was something else I had to do. Come on, Tevin, we're going to meet some mermaids. Oop. We're waiting for you. I'm thinking, oh yeah, that'd be nice. I'm thinking we can go to the giant village first today. Yeah, sounds like a fun time. Shall we go? I can't wait. That's not the giant's village. This is so much fun. Walking is great. Yeah, it's a nice light workout. Your Highness, if you're feeling adventurous, you should try skipping. Just walk really fast like this. Oh, this looks so fun. Everyone skip. Not Samaru skipping. Are we there yet? Not yet. Ugh, it's not fun anymore. I'm done skimping. It tires legs. Your Highness, it's skip. Ah, never mind. Are we there yet? Yes, just across the bridge. Oh, this is so exciting. This talking so loud. Finally, we get to see giants in person. Welcome, royalty of the underwater. Thank you, chieftain. I hope you don't mind us visiting. Father and mother send their regards and a small gift. I had so much fun. Thank you for having us, our giant friends. I shouldn't overstay our welcome. Your Highness, always welcomed your kindnesses. Where to next, may I ask? Adventures with V is our guide. Next, we're heading to the hot springs. Okay, let's go. So we just sit here and wait? I feel like soup. It'll help with your sore muscles. Oh, it does feel good. The water is hot. It's actually quite nice. I don't think I've seen those types of monkeys here before. Usually it's another type of monkey. This is gonna take a bit of time to get used to. Am I sitting right? However you want. Do I look like one of you now? Yes, I think... I've never seen a better sitter. I think you're sitting perfectly human. Thank you, I'm glad I'm doing it right. Give me a hand. What does she need a hand with? I want to climb that tree and jump. Oh, no you don't. No, 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 no. That's how you die. Oh, nice. We got more geodes and star fruit. And of course, it's nighttime. Complete, don't worry, we will. Reach town rank S, don't worry, we will. Doing that. Yeah, I need to get on that. Okay, so the end of winter. What was I planning on doing? Oh, what I can do, at least they let me out with enough time for Alice's event. The beach pier. Suki. I need to give her her gift. To the beach pier. Isn't this the beach pier? Okay. They like to be technical. Sometimes it's not this beach pier, sometimes it's by what's her name's house. Which is weird because that's not the beach. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, 7. Reading is fundamental. Not what they say. Let me talk to this guy. It feels like it's gonna be a good day, I think. Okay, that's good. If I can't pick up anything on the way, let me go home and then come back out. Drop some stuff off. Okay, these bugs can be sold. That one before done. Na, 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 na. Do, 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 do. Oh. Oh. Awesome. No. Hold on to that. All right. Now, Evan, we can go. I don't think we got this one. I'm gonna get all the fish and bugs. I think I got one. Double. We get celery and chestnuts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, no, because I'm right here. Oh, but they're empty. There's one back by what's his name's place. Yes. And then there's the two fish down here. And then we can go to the beach pier. Forget. This feels like deja vu. If you have a minute, come sit with me. There should be a light crossing the ocean soon. Some of the underwater vegetables have interesting descriptions. I'll have to look at those. I don't think I've paid attention to any descriptions down there. Look up. What is that? What did you see? Weird lights. Those can't be stars, can they? Yeah, isn't that something? I like talking to you. I like the way we have different ideas sometimes. You have an interesting perspective and you're open-minded, so I feel like you hear and respect me. That's the best way for somebody to be. I like you a lot. You really are the perfect one for me. Babu looks like a pumpkin that took a dive and found its inner grape. That's funny. You'll have to go through and read those. Okay. Where else do I have? Oh, the other side. You know, Brie came. Oh, yeah. We've already had this conversation. And we have one here, but there's nothing. But there's 2 things of celery. 3 things. Could have talked to Taru. What the heck? Yes? Creepy for you to be standing there like that. None. I didn't go to the, yeah, these guys. And I think I got, ooh, we're getting that. I don't get a lot of figs. I know we got all the bugs, but did I get this garbage? Yes, I did. I didn't go to the... Some are just as strange. Okay. And we were already in the savannah, I think, and if not, oh well. Oh. I didn't go down here though, because there's fish and garbage. Inventory full. No, it's not. It does that? Alright, now we can go home, even though... No, I don't want to go home. Oh, I didn't get anything for these people's birthdays, because I know birthday. Oh well. Who could use... No, he's on the edge, and I think I might have one more. I can't go in your home. I guess it's gonna be me and Waku. Not with him. Yeah, because I'm not... Nothing to hang out with Taru. Right. Go hang out with Waku. Oh, right here. Not that far away. I always do that. Takeba's memory is spotty. He lost his son in a war, but he often forgets that. It makes me worry about Dad. I hope it doesn't ever get that. And if it does ever happen and I'm not here, I hope the people in this town take care of him like they do Takeba. Takeba. What do we want to do? I don't think I've done that. That's a lot of money. Odd glow. Ooh, shiny. Oh, never mind. It's just a veggie. That's funny. I'm gonna start going through those too. I've had a wonderful time with you. Can we go on another date soon? Alright, let me talk to Frank. Fish and Sips. Noah and I came up with that. This place didn't used to have a name. People just called it the tavern. It wasn't a big deal because there's only one in Starlet Town. The fish on the rooftop. Now that was me. A fish sipping a drink? Ha, silly, right? That was all my idea. Alright, let's go. Go straight home. Get stuff to sell. Each character, oh, has a specific date that excites them. I mean, that makes sense. I would assume with Waku, it's probably stargazing. That makes sense for him. Oh. All right. Eva gets really excited when you cook and bake with her. That makes sense, because that is her thing. I'll have to try that because I still don't have her at 10 hearts. $5 that's a long time. Denali and Zuri. Okay. $52. Wait, is that no? Stop. So $7.59. Ooh, it's an extra $1,000. Okay, well we need to get it together and stop making duck mayo. Because that's a lot of money. Not that we need it though. Sunny's birthday. Are you gonna say it again? Yes, of course you're saying it again. I'm thinking about heading into town later. Catch up with my friends. Need anything while I'm out there? Make sure to keep your animals inside when it rains, yeah? I have no worries when I'm around you. You're a loving person, darling. You just have that aura. Alright, and... how do I have a new event with Alice when we're already 10 hearts? That's weird. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get Sunny something, and I've never given him anything he loves. I am gonna hang out with Macy and Luke. Ooh, and Lily. Wait a minute. I need to hang out with everybody that I can. But I also need to give Aaliyah a gift. And I need to watch the, gifting their loved items. Yeah. That's why I've been tomato soup. I'm trying to get their loved items. That's why I'm happy it's not raining, because then I can get Aaliyah her muffin. I know that's what she loves. Oh, my phone battery's about to die. Any more fruit? I got it all. Been trying to cook all the dishes. Yeah, as I learned them, I try to cook them too. I'm glad it tells you how many times you've cooked that dish. So you don't have to remember. There's a lot of... Nothing's fun. Mm-hmm. Fishing. Okay, I guess we're gonna be fishing today. See how many. Wow. I haven't let it go that far. Thought I'd have at least 3 of everything. But nope. I realize I've been forgetting to... Oh, one day. Okay. I can still get that to grow because I water. Raining before, but I didn't water yesterday. I don't know if it gets here. Okay, and then those are good, and all the flowers are good. That might be the last time I ever water. Oh, and I keep forgetting. Well, I guess not. But I can age up. I don't think you can age the mayo. You can age the cheese though. Okay, today's Friday, so Saturday. So that means Saturday the lab is closed. Let me take all the fossils, crack them open, see what I get. I'll need to put that away. Put all this in. I also want to buy furniture. I shouldn't buy it, but right now, but I will. Or I don't remember if I have the table. I don't think I have the chair. This chair that I want. Yeah, because we have the couch, sofa. We don't want the chair. Okay. You can age coffee? Yeah. We've been aging the coffee from the Luwaks. All for a lot of money. And I have to remember to get Aaliyah's muffins. Oh. Perfect timing. Suri and I were just talking about how we're going to increase the town rank to S. Diving part, of course. Who cares about the rest? I know I'm not funny. That's why I'm here in the lab, a scientist not touring for stand-up comedy. Tell us, have you heard of the Song of the Sea? But I'm gonna say no. It's an ancient tale. My grandparents told me it's what Coral Island was famous for back in the day. Tourists would come here trying to hear the Song of the Sea themselves. Although it's uncertain how we'll revive the Song of the Sea, I believe the answer lies within the ocean itself. After all, if the sea has a song to sing, what better way to find it than to ask the sea directly? Yeah, I need to work on that. Just want to automate my farm on land first and then worry about underwater. Oh, I didn't even get gold bars going. What am I doing? So I can also buy some more furniture and the muffins because I still have plenty of space. Let me get more indoor. Oops, I don't want that. For the other room, this one. Oh, that's a window. No, we don't want the windows. I think I have both. I don't have that. I don't think I have that. All for upstairs. Pretty sure we have that. Okay. We'll figure it out. Then let me get her muffins. I'm gonna get quite a few and then I can just save them. She's a couple hearts away. Oh, she's 1 heart away. So I can get enough for the rest of this week. Coffee by the creek. Oh, nice. Yeah, enough for 2 next week. And then I always forget about Eva's cookies are here. I think she's a couple hearts away. 2. I got 6 for 3 weeks. I can hang out here for hours. I just need to keep a watchful eye on the cat. Don't want it to end up scratching you. Oh, that's nice. Where's the cat? I can't fault Raj for opening a coffee shop here in front of the tavern. It's a great spot. Great coffee too, dang. Let me see, what are you selling? Oh, you sell orchids. I need orchids. No, I haven't had an orchid in a while. Want 4 clamshells. Shiny ones only. I don't know if I have them, but I can find them. Nothing to donate. Oh, I haven't even checked to see my duplications. Oh, they're coming along. Let me go inside and put everything in storage. Cool, we're making some bars. Nothing should be done. Nothing was dropped off. Nope. Oh, garbage in my pocket. Let me put it in there. Oops, big. Okay, I need to find Aaliyah. But I also need to go to see if I can find more clamshells. I know. You say that every day. You know, we need to hang out. It's getting cold, isn't it? Remind me again why I decided to move back here. Oh, I might not be able to get off the shelf. I'll try, Archie, but I don't know. Okay, let me go find the two with her mom, but the what? Oh, good, you've arrived, finally. I mean, finally, I was looking for you a couple days ago. Do not be troubled. Worry does not become you. The dreams you and the townfolk experienced were my doing. In days past, travelers thronged here, and it greatly benefited the town, elevating its rank to S. Some even ventured near my lake over there. Behold the mural. The time has come for us to restore this mural. Okay. Eager, I see. Your task is to restore the mural. Okay. Not so fast. I don't believe you're able to communicate with the... Oh, yeah. With the Guardians. Allow me to bestow upon you the ability. I am grateful for your help. You are one peculiar yet resourceful farmer. To use teleport shrines and communicate with Guardian. I couldn't use teleport shrines before? Oh, it's a different one. Amongst the bamboo standing tall, a melody floats and enthralls. Seek the one with flute in hand where green stalks away and make their stand. Yeah. Now that's the panda. In the heart of the deep forest where the trees converse and shadows dance in endless verse, find the king who speaks with leaves where light and canopy weave. I think I know who that is. In front of the door, 3 bowls of gold. Beneath the giant face, stern and old. Here in the forest, Master Slime holds his court, and a house within a tree support. Oh, I've seen somebody go to visit, but I like the 3 bowls of gold. That does tell where it is. This is the one I'm excited about. In the savannah where grasses wave, and the bravest hearts must be brave, find the lady with stars in tow, near the cavern where feast winds blow. Hey, okay, what was I doing? What did I come out here for? Oh, Aaliyah. Saw Lily cleaning up her mom's grave the other day. It must have been the day when... It's never easy to lose a parent. It wasn't easy when I was little, and it isn't easy now. I feel for her and her brother. Yay, chocolate muffin. Okay, I think she's the last to give a gift to this week. Everybody else is done. I just want to... Oh, she went up a heart, I think. Maybe not. I just need to hang out with him. There's not 1 heart left. So actually, where is he? He's probably at a shop. Oh, he's not. He's at home. Okay, well, ooh, there's a fig. Sucker for figs. Because we won't be able to get them in a couple days. And I don't have that many. There's another, yeah, another area where there might be figs, and there is. I'll take the lily, or not the lily, the lotus too. Nothing else. Now let's go find. Actually, there is somewhere on the way. Oh. So we don't even have to walk up to them. Oh, look, another human wandering around. But they don't understand a word I'm saying. Maybe I should start talking about how much I love bamboo. Or that time I rolled around in the mud yesterday and it turned out to be ew. I was like, whoa, 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 too much information. Whoa, you can understand me? Oh. That's awesome. So this is awkward. Yeah, it is. I came here because I need the mural piece you're guarding. I wouldn't say it like that, but okay. Wait, wait. But how? How did you... Are you human? What? Yes, I'm human. The goddess blessed me with the ability to understand the guardian. Whoa, seriously? The goddess, huh? Super cool. You're like a chosen one or something. Okay, you've got my attention. The mural piece. Sure, we can talk about that. Hang on. What's going on? My back. That fall really did something. Not young anymore, you know. Anyway, about that mural piece. You can have it. But first, impress me. Complete my request at the mural shrine, and I'll put it up myself. No problem. Deal? Visit the mural after encountering Guardian. Select a Guardian offering to see the requested contents. Complete. Yes. Understand. I just want to go see Luke. How do I get the quickest? Hi, Luke. Tradition is what links us to our past and hopefully to our future as well. Care for a drink? Let me stop putting this horse in your face. And let's hang. Oh no, not gifting. We already gifted him. His drink, he likes wine. Yeah, sounds fun. Just let me prepare a bit first. This feels like it flew by. Maybe a drink at the vineyard? Okay, but did we get 10 hearts? Yes. Mission accomplished. All right. Just these. So there's 4. Well, 5 whenever he decides to come back into town. The kids are doing a wonderful job decorating the town. Are they? I haven't seen it. Go to the savannah to see the cheetah. We get all the fiber in the seeds. Is it down here? Don't know. Okay. Oh, her tail is interesting. Oh no. Relax, I won't eat you. I have quite the refined taste in food. Welcome, tumbling soul. Pretty. I like the necklace, I guess. Thank you for welcoming me. You're most welcome. It's not often I receive guests who appreciate the courtesies of the desert. Have you come seeking one of my shining stars? What? Or is there another reason for your daring journey? Actually here for the mural piece you said to guard. The goddess sent me. Ah, a seeker of art in the midst of the desert. Intriguing. But I don't just hand over treasures lightly. Impress me by fulfilling my request at the mural. Succeed and the mural piece is yours. Alright, but in the meantime, let me talk to you. Because I got money and space. Oh, wait a minute. You have decor? Oh, all this stuff that I was getting, you sell. Want any of that stuff? Mushroom armchair? Mushroom shelves. Small mushroom fireplace? That's interesting. Okay. You know. The rocks we might get. Oh, log path. Okay. Tree stump pond, that's cool. Blue mushrooms. I like the leaf decor. Oh wow, they were giving those away 6,000. Bench. We might use the rock garden bench. Mushroom gazebo. Stop it. And animals. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of money, but oh, I like it. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna get one of each every 3 days, every 3 days. Okay. We don't. And I have space in other coops. Oh, I don't. Okay, well, you guys will just live here. I forgot I maximized my coops. Is Galleria. But you have space. Yes. 2, 2. Oh. Oh. Oh, but I don't remember what I was gonna call. Oh, yes, I do. Alright, so we got one of each. And we'll just come back every day. This means I'm gonna have to move around my... I mean, I don't have to. Well, and it's too late for them to be out because it's 3:40. Go inside at 3. So go home and pet them because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Let me make sure. I think they have... Yeah, they have hay. Okay, where is Devin? We are going into the forest. 3. Oh, I went a little too far. 3 gold. No? I mean... Okay. Cannot... Why does he have two faces? Oh, who goes there? I heard someone tampering with my door. Are you a thief? Come to steal my secrets? No, the goddess sent me. Ah, sent by the goddess, you say? That's a relief. He has a frying pan. Why are you really here? I'm here for the mural piece. Just for a mural piece, eh? But why should I believe you? If it's truly the mural piece you seek, you'll need to prove your worth. Complete my request at the front of the mural, then perhaps I might trust your intentions. If the goddess truly sent you, the task will be within your capabilities. Now go forth, brave seeker, show your knowledge, and the mural piece will be yours. Remember, I'll be watching and waiting. I'm so happy I got these things by winter, because winter is kind of boring in this game. Miniature. Not even miniature, it's like a library in here. Nice. Oh, I keep forgetting that I have stuff here. Traps. I don't even let you get close. King Louis. Oh my goodness. Like his necklace. Oh, what do you want? Oh my goodness, excuse me. I'm here to talk to you. You understand my words? Astonishing. Ooh. You outsiders can grasp the tongue of the jungle. Ah, the goddess has given you a special gift to speak with us, hasn't she? What do you want in these ancient lands, my friend? The goddess said you would give me a piece of the mural. I mean, Ah, the goddess's words carry weight. The monkeys fanning him is killing me. The mural piece is precious. Present your finest harvest as tribute. Oh boy. And then we might reach an agreement. So basically his will be the last one that I get. Because I don't have any. Oh, do we have a deal? Let me. Is there ginger and the one? That. Ginseng, that's it. we care about back here. Ginger and ginseng and my trap. Well, but I might be getting this grass though too, to be honest. Since I'm back here and all. I run out of time to go to... I gotta go to them tomorrow. Blacksmith. And open up all my coffers and stuff. Alright, let me go to the mural to see what all they need. I don't like going that way. Good way, right? Yep. Goodness, come on. Oh, get the... Storyful. That's fine. Think I can take that either? Nope. Okay, you need 5. Perfect. I have your Dino Prince. I don't have that. Oh, I do have ostrich. Wool, 4 ostrich meows. Okay. Buffalo cheese. Okay, that makes sense. You need stuff from your animals. But I have 5 Dino Prints. Yeah, Panda's in. I don't know. Ooh, I did make jackfruit casserole though. Let me see if I can make 4 jackfruit casserole. Mango. Okay. Okay, okay. Mangosteen jam. Now I see. All right. And durian jam. So I need osmium durian, osmium mangosteen. Turn that to jam. G mango. Oh shoot, we could do this. Order ring. I can do these right away. Artifact fossil. I have the backpack, even though my... Okay. Artifact fossil. I just need the hoarder ring. Be like... Let me empty pockets and some here. Life on the farm ain't never a bore. From sunrise to sunset, there's always work to be done, animals to tend. Very true. Hey. Oh, I need to go. Wait. I don't know if I want Atlas Moth in there. Let me go to see her. Coral in kitchen. First, let me get 4 artifacts. Where are my fossils? I just had a bunch of fossils yesterday. Pretty sure I kept some. Yep. There's nothing with 4. 3 and 1. And hoarder ring. Okay, let me get the hoarder ring because to 11. Small increase. So it's the miniature forager ring. And then they wanted my backpack and a computer, right? Scrap silver. All right, let's go back there. See if I get that. And since I emptied some of my pockets, I can take that now. Booyah! Nice, nice. Oh yeah, I gotta remember 8 mango and lychee. That's really what I need to focus on. 8 mango and lychee, okay. But let's go to Coral Island Inn. It's gonna take me 3 hours to find osmium, mango, and lychee. Join us for dinner. Where can you sit? Oh, yes, join us. We'll get a chair from the lobby. What do you think, Alice? Ooh, kicking stuff. I'll get it. Don't worry, there's no wine here. Your clothes are safe. I don't remember what happened with wine. What are you two laughing about? You guys have so much chemistry. Okay. Well, she can now go down as well. And now I gotta wait for his event. And yeah, the other should. I need to get him up to 10. I need to get his little rocks. Get so close. Oh, I forgot to give Sunny a birthday present. Oh, I know where I can go. I never go here on time. Oop, backward. Oh shoot, more celery. Celery and figs I love to get in the fall. And of course those flowers. Those. I don't have enough money to buy those too. I'm pretty sure I've already gotten the bronze statue. I know I've had a million red masks. Oh, there's two of them. Oh no, she's leaving. Oh wow, 10 o'clock. Okay. They're just in time. Hi, Wataru. Rank A party? Wasn't half bad, I suppose. Ooh, you were okay with the party. Okay. Mango and lychee. I almost forgot, but I didn't. We need mango and lychee. Aren't there some things that I couldn't pick up? I guess not. Get these batteries. This. Of it. Trying to. And the horse can stay right here. They are. Oh, mango and lychee. It might be in here. Oop. It might be in here. I don't remember how many I needed. Yeah, let me put my outfit on. What am I thinking? What am I doing? Why am I waiting? Oh yeah, no, we can sell that dress. Need more than that. Oh, wait, wait, wait. Please. Mm. 8 of them. Okay. They don't want it until I have 8. Okay. I also need to look for durian. Jan durian. That to the side. Make sure I'm not leaving durian. This is regular though. I'll put all. I think I do still need to. Okay, so I'm gonna put them in here. I don't need all this stuff in here. Actually, not that. Here. Nope, regular. Okay. One. One. No mango. Mango. Okay. Sold these before? No. Be late. If you're gonna put the no. I think I'm gonna go to the main menu before I do the next day, just because this game likes to... 4 days left. Game likes to act like not gonna be ran. 10 hearts. Oh, what? Only 500? I thought it was worth more. Okay, so that is quail. Oh, I don't have quail. 4,000 still. Forgot about those. And I did have, yep, 780, 100. Some random stuff I don't need. Oh, nice. That dress was 5K. Okay. 2 days. Yeah, that means tomorrow is the Spooky Festival. Go to the menu and come back in. That's perfect because I want to wear one of the animal outfits to the Spooky Festival, because even though they're not dressed up, doesn't mean that I can't be. Lower than yesterday. Ooh, nice. It's gonna be cold today. Anyway, I always find a certain peace when winter rolls around. Yes, I do. I don't like carrying weapons. If I'm attacked, then I'm attacked. It's alright. This farm life can be tough, but it's all worth it when I see our crops growing strong. Tell me about the festival tomorrow. Yep, get ready for the Spooky Day Festival celebration tomorrow. 7 p.m. Okay. Double crop. Well, I think we're done. This Titan around Black Honey is going in for Harvest Festival because that's osmium quality. We might not get osmium quality for the rest of the year. Yeah. Oh, I haven't gotten brown trout with a star before. Okay, I can sell that to double check. This I don't have at. That's why. Well, now I have that one. Yeah. I don't think she would have an egg yet. Nope. I gotta go back to get more animals. Gotta look up the name. Should have gotten the milk. Thinking. And she is huge compared to everybody else. Nothing's finished. She's bigger than everybody else too. I need osmium. What is that called? Yes, kelp essence. Oh shoot, she's closed today. the greenhouse. Don't think I went in there yet. Nope. Ichi? Silver. We can't do anything with silver. Come back. Okay, I need more clamshells. Oh. What's his name? Oh, okay. Tell me where we're gonna go. I've got big plans for my vacation. Mushroom hunting. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Okay, well, have fun with that. You know, I didn't go on the little island. Oh man, I might not be able to give Archie his stuff. Look how colorful this old tire looks now with all the paint. I don't know what you're talking about, little girl, but okay. You know what? Today, we are gonna go get gold. I'm gonna get all the gold. Wait, his hat scared me for some reason. Oh shoot! I hate when I do that. The wrong button. And No, diving, that is diving. I don't think anything else really went in. Yeah, and clamshell. Yeah, Jamu, that's all I really need. I need gold ore. Honey, I don't need osmium. I need gold. Nobody ever wants trout. Um, yeah. Now, we go get the animals in the savannah first. Just so I have them, and then we can go to the mine. Where is my horse? Go. No, this is a dead end, right? Nope, it's not. I would like some more animals, please, ma'am. Let me see. The ostriches are gonna be cheetah girls. I have gallery. I think Dorinda is another one. I'll do Chanel. Yeah, Dorinda, Chanel, and Aquanet. Ina, Effie, Laurel. No, and then these are Dream Girls, so LOR. Alright, thank you. I don't think that. Then I forget, how many do I need? 1,000. These are what I want. I think I have 8. Map 8. I never knew what a buffalo sounded like. Alright, and now we need gold ore. Let me move this because I want before I get. Oh, I forget it's one. And we'll fight everybody. That was easy. Build up my combat skill. See? Alright, let's see if I can get all three. Okay. $30 in 3 levels is good. $50 in 3 levels is even better. I don't know why I was trying to do that. There we go. You really don't put up a... Yeah, you do. That was easy. There's no... Yeah. Make sure I didn't miss it. These always get me. Gonna move out the way. And get some of this out of the way. Okay, come on. Where's the entrance? Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, those are good money. Oh, my ankle. Sitting on my foot. Woo! Oh no, I want to get both at the same time. They don't even hit that hard. Guys are disappointing. I'll stop once I get 200 gold. Or if it gets late. Well, excuse you. Be a room for my money. With this. And get me. Let's see what you do. Oh, actually, didn't I open it back here? I don't like this level. Stay in one area. Gold. Let me see, is there gold over here? Not that I... Enemies to fight over there. Okay. get these. I'm gonna go down. Or we're gonna go down now, because you guys chase you. You returned after a nap. I love that. Ooh. I didn't mean to. Be more gold down here. Well, there's not. Wait, what is that though? I want that. Barley? Hmm. Oh, shoot. Time started going quick. I want the last 18 pieces of gold. I don't have to fight anybody else. But I won't have to come back out to get gold ever again. Hopefully. 2 more pieces. Come on, I'm not leaving till I have 200. Okay. Oh no. That needed. I want it. Oh, I should have gotten that. There we go. 201. Oh. Mm. No more gold bar, so there's 5 more. The stuff that I put on the wall keeps coming off. But why? Whatever. It's 120. I don't need to worry about it right now. Oh, I didn't put that in there. Three days. Perfect. I was about to say, if my combat doesn't go up, I don't understand. 35. Alright, Spooky Festival. I want to upgrade my stuff with Ling. Gotta get that. And then I gotta make sure I harvest everything. I don't even think I really need to water anything, because it's all gonna die tomorrow. Who would have thought? A simple rancher like me finding bliss on this tiny island with you. It's just perfect. The farm, you, me, it's like we're living out a good old country song. Um, let me get a dog too. This stuff down randomly. Art Deco. Didn't get this. So I did not buy 6 of these paintings, 6 of these vase, or 5 of those vase. They just keep multiplying. And that's our room divider. Okay. Fix the junk later. Let's. Is this gonna remind me? Oh, Luke. Okay. I hope this message finds you well. I'd like to invite you to a private dinner tonight. I've arranged dinner for us in Alone Alone Square. It would mean a lot to me if you could make it. I'm sharing some of the food I cooked today. Eat it while it's still hot. Thanks, Dinda. Alright, so when am I meeting you? Now, that's the problem though. Oh no, it's not. I can go there at 6 and still make the spooky festival. Because that doesn't start till 7. I was gonna say, if I can't do this during winter, I can't do it at all, but okay. Let me not get mad at him. Okay, so we did get the cactus. That was the one thing I didn't think we would get in the fall. So that's the only thing left that doesn't come back. We got everything. I'm not even gonna bother watering. No, there's only a few that aren't being watered. 2 here. I don't remember what else I'm gonna do. This is annoying. I realize oh, because the festival? But I can walk through there, right? Doesn't start till late. Oh, I can't even walk through there. Okay. That's fine. We'll save that for tomorrow. For winter. Okay. I need to get a lot of flowers so I can get those going. Give them to everyone. The only way I can find out who likes them and who doesn't. Or honey. Yeah. Yeah. And here. Perfect. But yeah, I should go out this. I don't think they have eggs yet. Nope. But I do need to get them by tomorrow. Do it right now. I don't think. With that subtle look upon your face. That's part of me. Come anymore. aged coffee, black beauty, eggplant, kimchi. Something over here has got to be done. No? Slow as they want to be. Okay. Oh yeah, because I probably can't go to town either, can I? Let me look. I think so. Yeah, no. Where are you going? I don't know where he goes over here. Yeah, I gotta change my outfit today. Don't forget to bring your A game to the Spooky Festival tomorrow. You mean today? There's gonna be a ring toss mini game. Not looking forward to that. And I'm aiming to break last year's record. Good luck. I think this year I will try it 3 times and that's it because it gave me a headache. Where does he go? Oh, just right here? The heck? Nothing to forage. Okay. Where else can I go to get lots of grass? Spooky Festival is fun and all, but man, that haunted house still gives me nightmares. I swear there's a real ghost in there. Like actually haunted, you know? The leaves are piling up. How are the visitors going to bathe if they can't get past the entrance? Oh, that's a good point. See, like that would be great if you get married and you can send them on missions throughout the day. Like I could have told Kenny, go get us some hay. Winter's coming. Come back with like even 50 things of hay. Nice. Oh, inventory full? Okay. Ben doesn't say he's back yet. I think he comes back tonight, though. I'm gonna bring a mushroom with me just in case. Oh, yeah. Buckets are full. I got my eyes on the Bonk the Skeleton contest at the Spooky Festival. Mark my words, this year the trophy is mine. We'll see. I think all the other bugs I can sell. Keep that in my pocket. Oh yeah, I can't go see name. Oh, I was gonna put the let me go get more animals in the savannah. Oh. Extra stamina. Oh, and I have a point? I don't have a point. Is there any grass to take? I took it all. There'll be some by... What's her name, though? Yeah, here's a bunch. I'm so scared I'm gonna run out of hay in the winter. Oh, this is the only one, okay. Alright, but what is the race? Oh. Oh, shoot. I'm not even touching those. Because I'm... Yeah, see? The first one I touch gets me... Shoot. Okay. She won. Let's try it again. Whenever there's 3, I'll get it. A whole 5 seconds? Oh, 8 seconds. Stop it. I got a discount for the day and... Okay. I didn't realize that's what was gonna happen. Buy some stuff and then sell it, I guess. Well, I might actually want these paths. Get a pond. Try all of these that I was looking at. I don't think we have any small leaves. We just have the large. think we have those. When? I realize with the paths I need tools. Okay. I don't think I want any of these. Maybe that's what I can... You know what? Maybe I will. Because there's that other area I don't know what to do with. So ugly to me, but... Alright, let me keep getting, 3. Oh, I do need to go. I just need to go pet the animals that I got today. But getting hay is very important. Since it's fall. Alright, 4 o'clock, so 7... Well, 6. When I have to go see Luke. At the animals I got. And then dump all the stuff in my pocket. Alright. $170 hay, that's not... anything drop? No. Two things. Turnip kimchi, snake fruit wine. Ooh. Yes. That makes me happy. Okay. There are things that I have to manually add to, but that's fine. I don't know why I thought jam would go into juice. That is not full. This one is full. That one's not full. Okay. Anything here that I can sell? Don't pull in my pockets. Let me put it right here. Okay, that's a garden bench, so that's awesome. Yeah, we can get more of those. I don't think I like. I don't think I like that either. Yeah, that's different than what I got in the mine. That's definitely different as well. Okay. And that's definitely an outside. Okay. Like the little light on it. The rocks. Yeah. We're gonna be using those. Not the path though. The rocks. Oh my gosh. I don't have space for this. This I'm gonna be moving it, but yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be moving that. Large log path. Wow, this is big. Okay. I don't think that's really gonna work for this farm, but I could see that. Another light? Yeah, doing that. You want it to feel like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? That would be nice. Yeah, we're gonna use those. All right. Oh, shoot. Getting late. this stuff in here. I gotta meet, what's his name? And then the festival. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to decorate that, storage. I keep that. I may as well keep the other. Now time to meet. There we go. So pretty. Thank you for coming here. I know you're busy. It means a lot to me. Care for a dance? Oh, I gotta change my outfit too. I mean, I don't have to. Let me take you to our table. I hope you like fish. They all say that, but we live on an island, so. Before we start, I want to address the elephant in the room. I've invited you here tonight with an agenda. I like you. Ever since you moved to town, I couldn't help but notice how amazing you are and how dedicated you are to your goal and passions. I found myself constantly drawn to your positive energy and the way you carry yourself with such grace and confidence. Your determination to succeed is truly inspiring, and it's something that I admire about you deeply. I understand that this might come as a surprise to you, but I couldn't keep my feelings hidden any longer. I think I'm in love with you. So he's like the only one. Well, I think Zara did too. That compliments like you as a person. This and change into an animal outfit. Clock. Llama. Do I want to be panda? No. I should do duck. No. Bear. Now that looks comfortable. Like in the winter, like that would really keep you warm. Let's do llama, just because it's kind of funny. All right, we're ready to go. Oh yeah, go right here. Start the spooky festival. Whoa, you look good. What about me? Do I look good? Thought I'd dress up a little today, spice things up. Yeah, I can't wait to see their outfits. Okay, so I'm not gonna read all of them. Oh, they're here. Just look at the crowd of commoners. Commoners. And they don't have her outfit correct. Oh, actually, no, that is the outfit she's wearing. Never mind. My feet are killing me. I need to sit down. So they're not in their fall outfit, right? These are... maybe I'm wrong. Have you played any of the games around here? Not yet. Avoid Sam. Okay. I know that there's something... Uh, yeah, so let me try to get all the scavenger hunt items because I think that's what's bugged. And that way, if I have to restart, then I just won't do scavenger hunt. Oh, you can't talk to her? Ugh. Everyone around here? Oh! I'm sitting here pressing it a couple times. At the shop. Last year we got those. Oh yeah, the Pokey Ghost Scarecrow. There's an eyeball around here somewhere. Here it is. Um, there's another one. Oh yeah, that's the one that was in the house. The town sure is dressing up lately. I'll get all that and say something different. And then there's one over. Okay. Doesn't tell me how many. No. Be right back. Something is going on in my house. These cats of mine. One was standing on the remote control on the volume button. He turned it on and it was up as high as it could be. And he was just standing there on the volume button, just looking at me. Oh. Alright, let me watch this. Calm down, because that was loud. Jumping on top of your TV? This cat likes to jump at the screen. I don't know what his issue is. Crazy. Cats are silly. I look scared. I really can't wait to see their outfit. Did we talk to him yet? Let me see how many. And it doesn't want to tell me how many more I have left. Oh, I know where there's one. Oh. I think this is my favorite. Eyeball, where are you? I thought Eyeball was supposed to be by the cemetery. Other than up there. Okay. Oh yeah, the little boy that steals stuff from the farm. I don't want to play the game right now. I just want to... on the eyeballs. I felt like last time it kept track of how many... Oh, right there, 3 out of 5. Okay. But yeah, where's the... Might be blind. These are my favorite. Okay, Eyeball, where are you? How do I have so much money? I'm on year 2. Once you get to year 2, you just have money. And most of my money's from animals, so I make money every day. I don't even have to wait until like the end of the season. Oh, here's the eyeball. I ran right past it. Okay. Now I don't feel so bad because I was like, I'm either blind or the game is messing with me. But nope. Just being impatient. Now I'm looking for the eyeballs. I think I already got one over here. Didn't. Yeah, the last one should be... If I'm... Oh, here it is. You had to restart. Oh, the Xbox Game Pass. Did you then just get it on Steam? Pink diamond. Alright, so we got one out of the way. Okay, so now it's just bunk the skeleton and ring toss. Oops. I'm gonna do ring toss because it's gonna make me mad, and then we'll do bonk the skeleton because it's easier. Like last week, understood. How long were you playing it with Game Pass? Oh, spaces aim. Yeah. The only thing that they've changed is you can what is it called? You can tie with Archie to win. You were year 2 or 3, okay. Yeah, I just know that you can tie with Archie to win. But I'm gonna give this 3 tries, and if I don't get on the 3rd, I'm over it. Because last time, I stayed until I won. Oop. I didn't go. Well. I'm trying to get the one in the back. Oops. Okay, we didn't win this time. Yeah. That's okay. This is my practice for the one in the back, because that's always the hardest one. Ooh. Okay. We might place. Yikes. Oh, almost. We got 60 points. Oh, we weren't last place. Look at that. At least I won 300. And Archie. That was one try. I also learned with this game, don't even bother practicing, because once you get it, you want to just have it count. That was another reason why I was so frustrated last time. Yeesh. Oh. You're playing at the same time, year 1, fall. Nice. Oh. Honestly, let me go for one that's... Yeah, I want some points. Oh. I'm not gonna beat what I had last time, but... I feel like I'm doing something. So the shortest amount of time, like 50%, so that way they're longer days, yeah. Ooh, a little too far. Oh, we tied with last place. Alright, so this is my last time trying, because... Archie, I'm fine with you winning. I'm gonna just go ahead and try lowest to highest. That way I'll have some points, because if I leave with no points, I'm gonna be sad. I don't know if I did it far enough. We did. And actually, let me do the 30. It's about lined up. Woohoo! Yikes, I don't think. Woo! Whether I get it or not, I'm done. Mm-mm. Oh! Oh my gosh, that was even better than last time. I didn't even tie. Thank you. Oh man. I guess you just have to go into it with the attitude of, you know what, if I don't win, that's fine. Archie. Oh my gosh. I love that they gave Archie, I don't want to say depth, but like, we hate playing games against him, and then he's so cute with his love for rocks. But they didn't really give Oliver much. Like, yeah, he's cute with his dad, but you know, like they gave Archie a lot. Forget the kids. No, this one I want to practice because I don't really remember. I think it's like the pumpkin game. But I don't remember which ones we're supposed to hit. Are you supposed to hit the red? Okay, you are. And you're supposed to hit not green though, right? Yeah, not green. But gold is yes. Okay. So not green. We can do that. That also used to make you mad. I can understand that. It makes me dizzy. Okay, round two. Okay, round three. I might try to just focus on one half if they just all pop up. Ah! Okay, at least I got gold. Help me feel like I'm making up for the green that I got. Ooh! Aha, Archie. Alright, what else was, I think... I didn't get anything in the spooky shop. We did the parade. I did the scavenger hunt. Okay, let me look at the shop again. And then it will be winter. I didn't get anything this year. I'll buy these again. Even though I don't know if I'm gonna use them. Because I don't think I'll be using any of this. Even though, you know what? If I get... Yeah, let me get all of this because I plan on having random what are they called? Sheds. Just because I want to turn them into like a turnip, a carrot. And then one of them can be spooky on the inside. I think I spoke to most people, whoever I didn't speak to, so sorry. Trying to get affiliate or streaming for fun. I'm streaming for fun. I don't even know what getting affiliate really means, other than you can make some money. But I'd be playing the game anyway, so I may as well stream. Just money, yeah. Yeah, if I make money with this, that'll be cool, but that's not like the goal. Just set this stuff up. I always want to catch him doing something in there, but I don't think he does anything. That's how you felt your... Yeah, if you're gonna play anyways, you may as well. Okay, that's it, I think. Wait, are you affiliate? I think I might have sold my last one. 130. Let me sell this and see how much it goes for. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Mm-mm-mm. 100. Yeah, I think that's all I want to do. Go to bed so I'll have some energy tomorrow for winter. Ooh. No, what I want to do, because I'm paranoid, since it's the last day, I'm turning all of this into hay. Not really making money, but yeah, see, as long as you're having fun. And like you said, you'd be streaming anyway, so. This is the worst time of night to be doing this. But I just know I'm gonna wake up and there's gonna be like half the grass. I'm gonna be like, man, I could have had a lot of hay. With all these animals, I may as well. Okay, let's stop playing. Ooh. Risked it for some hay. 240, nice. 2 days. That's it. The button, Oliver. Okay. Oh, 2,000 for the hammer. Swallowtail butterfly. Coffee. Mm-mm-mm. That's random. Wow, the town went all out for the spooky festival. Winter makes me think of roasted almonds. I don't think I have any almonds. Maybe I'll stop by Sam's and buy some to roast over the fire. I went into the cavern last week and got attacked, ew, by giant lava spiders. Must have spooked them. Don't bring those over here. I almost passed out trying to get them off me. I know that's right. I keep meaning to go get a dog. I need to do that today. I even put the bed upstairs. Not the woohooing, I know. Okay. It snowed. Where's more grass? This is perfect because now I can really set up my farm and get it fully automated for the rest of time. And this has got to move. It's cute, I guess, but it's got to move. Okay. And that is covering that, and that's, yep. And this one, yeah, so this can go. Because that and that, yeah, so this can go. Woohoo! No, I already have some. So the flowers will be automated right away. Cause... oh, I only have the one. Okay. I guess I'll put fertilizer. Oh, these are winter. Spring or winter. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm glad I could harvest it because I was thinking it was going to be in the way. You've acquired a mythical pet. Looks a little different from the ones I saw other people had. I mean, she can keep her name. It doesn't really matter. I know they don't do anything. So. Don't they just sit? Yeah, they just run around, so. Oh, actually, good thing they reminded me to go in here. I can get all my stuff. See, I need osmium mango. Oh, I do have almonds. Okay. All this stuff needs to get out the way. It's just too much. And since there's no grass to cover it, I can see it all. Well, there is a geode. Alright. We're getting our... Yeah, we don't need those. That's what we need. Oops. Yeah, no, we don't. We don't need any of that. Oh yeah, and I need to get rid of those, because... other games that I play. I just started playing My Time, the first one. In Portia. And I need to get back into playing The Sims 2 and Planet Zoo and I'm trying to look at what I have. What is TPH? Something hospital. 2 Point Hospital. And then I was also playing what is that one with the gas station? Gas station manager? Is that what that was called? Forget. Where's the thing? Oh, this. Okay. Put that away. Cause I don't know if I want the scarecrow there really. Because that's the ultimate scarecrow. Okay. But yeah, I need... Okay, so that does cover... Not too familiar aside from Sims 2. Love to join. That'll be good. I typically play around this time, honestly, random days, whenever I feel like it, because I get off work really late. So I'll come and play after work. And then on Wednesdays, I try to play during the day. Except, yeah, except today, yesterday, today. I didn't play during the day. I really need to get stuff out of my pockets. Don't need that right now. I need to make... Oh yeah, and I was playing Dinkum too. For a while. Don't need that right now. Flowers. We need these. Bars. These have got to go. Time zone, I'm Eastern. Thank you. I figured I'd wear an animal outfit because of the spooky festival. Oops. Oh, nice. So then, time I play is probably better for you. Because I typically play until like the sun comes up for me. Yeah, this was my costume. I figure if they don't want to wear costumes, that's fine, but my character is gonna wear a costume. So we need to get... Works out for you, yeah. Oh, I didn't even check the mail. Cold weather is here. Please bring your animals inside and use a heater. Keep them indoors until spring. There. You know what? I should probably count how many... Part I don't like. No. I'm just about to get a whole bunch of snowdrop seeds. I'm not about to count anything. Let's be real. Oh, and there's a fish that I need. That's only available in winter. I gotta remember to get that. And it's for the lake altar, whatever it's called. What else is winter? I think that's the only... And then cotton, but I think that's it, just those three, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's get more snowdrop because that is not enough. Let me see if they'll give me 50. Because they don't have to give you a large amount. Took up her. Thank you, bird. Oh yeah, we have enough cotton seeds. Pigeon mail bird, yeah. Use the attachment. I love it. You can see it. dispersing the seeds. Use the attachment. No. Might not have enough. Okay, so you're watering. And then... Oh. Oh yeah, we didn't put enough. Oh. Okay. I feel like you ate some of them, but maybe not. Yeah, there should not have been 50 that were used. Weird. Oh. Maybe there should have been 50 that were used. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. So we are trying to get 10 hearts with everybody, but kind of scandalous because we already married Kenny. Because I have so many animals, I figured that made sense. Yeah, he's a great choice. He'd be even greater if he would help out with the animals. Okay, they did come down here. Struggling to pick. Yeah. A lot of choices. A lot of good choices. Oh, you better not use all that. I like that when you use the attachment, then it waters everything. Well, while it's doing that, because it doesn't make sense to watch it, let me go and get the animal products from all of these animals. Yeah, I wanted to marry a merfolk too. But oh, I forgot I have full. Honestly, I want to marry a merfolk only because I'm hoping that they will change it to where if you have kids with them, then they're also like good swimmers or they love the ocean or something, you know. But that hasn't been implemented yet, so figure let me stick with Kenny. I don't honestly like any of the ones that they chose. I wanted a gung, but I understand not everybody's available. I heard you can duplicate your save file. I just don't know how to do that. That way you could see what it's like to marry everybody. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Trying to get the rocks so they begin. Is that an outdoor? Indoor. Indoor. Cool. Yeah, you can romance a princess. She was probably gonna be my choice only because I don't really like Summeru. And at least she like has fun with being on land. You want to be in the royal family. I like Denali, I just don't I don't know, I guess I just haven't paid attention to them a lot. I think once I saw that a gung wasn't an option, I was like, oh, well. Egg. A pink egg? That is so funny. You like her goldfish-like tail? That's true, she does have a goldfish tail. I'm thinking that this barn might be going outside in the winter because they don't produce anything if they're not outside. And they give you a lot of money. I mean, we don't really need it right now, but still. Buffalo milk, nice. My first milk from them. Nothing today. The geode. Oh yeah, I can take all my geodes. Oh, and I need to go see Ling. So instead of those, what? Let me take those out. I don't have anything here for Ling, just those. Okay. Let me grab all my geodes and offers. And I forget how many of these I need for that mural or whatever it's called. I'll bring 6. Oh, and I didn't even see. I get so sidetracked. I didn't even see if I put enough. I didn't? You've got to be kidding me. What? Okay. We'll buy some more. I'm gonna put the fertilizer away because I'm not gonna use that. What can you do with the fossil prints? So I'm actually about to go and take them somewhere. Show you. And then I think you also use them in the museum, but I haven't gotten that far. The blessing. Did I go? I think I went in here. I always forget. Yes, I did. And everything is laying there. I don't want to fill my... Oop. It is 4 o'clock already. Oh my gosh. Right here, mural offering. I don't remember which one. Okay, 5. Right, and then I don't have any of these yet. Large ostrich mayonnaise. I might... Well, that's just one. She wants 4. Sell it first. And then... Jackfruit casserole, I keep saying. Need to try to make that. I have the papaya recipe. We try to make 4 jackfruit casserole. First, though. I did want to go see Ling. Might still be able to. $71. Okay, we're not gonna finish all of these. And I have every single one of those. For osmium, yeah. Yeah, 71 geos. Pretty sure I have them all, yep. Oh. Oh no, I already wanted to see if I could donate any of... Because it's moonstone that I need. Because I need these also. Need to get over to... Hope they close at 5. Yes, they do. I have one more thing to upgrade. Perfect. Now upgraded. I think I got everything. And yeah. I don't have that much space in my pocket, but I will go open a couple more geodes. I try not to talk to Mark. I'm the opposite of you. I like Raphael. I don't like Mark. I just don't like that he called us garden rake. You date the two of them. It's funny because I notice people either love Raphael and Mark or like other people. And Alice, nice. And actually, speaking of that, I need to. Raph he does have expensive taste. Oh, Raj has expensive taste. Just get him for Raj. Just get him a regular. Oh, I didn't even go and double check, make sure I donated everything. Just get him a regular coffee from his shop. Yeah, everything is donated. Yeah, Raj is obsessed with coffee, so I said, well, you sell coffee. I'm gonna buy it from you and give it to you. Some of these I don't want to sell. Red Barrel sells for more than the ruby. That's interesting. I still haven't sold the pink crystal. I'll sell that one. Black opal doesn't sell for anything. Jade is so pretty to me. And I just like holding on to onyx because I know that Raphael loves it. I already have 10 hearts, so I don't need to keep it. Let me go and open some more. I'm gonna get that bug, but it's not necessary. I need to get that fish too. Maybe I'll should look after they close. Come on, Moonstone. Yes. Which animal did I adopt? Like farm animals or pet? Because I have for pets one of the fox and a cat, but for the animals I have yeah. I'm planning on getting a dog, but I just keep forgetting. I think that was the very yep, the very last one. Ooh. Oh, so that was a water gem. That makes sense. It was a water gem and the last of the gem collection. Definitely makes sense. Well, the chieftain statue must be in our mailbox. Do I have crystal? Yep. Mm-hmm. Got Luna the fox and the heart bunny. Amethyst. 20 more. We have time too. I keep doing it. Plus Aoi, yeah. Oh, I got all of them open. Nice. Okay. How many spaces? I do have a couple. Get this. I mean, it said that I had them all, but let me double check. It'd be my luck I got something that I didn't donate. Nope. I don't think I'm gonna plant any cotton or tea seeds. Because I want this fish. Information on it. It is the... I don't remember. Some kind of tuna. Yellowfin tuna? Cut off part of... Shoot. Winter. And it says Ocean Dock Beach. Okay, let me just get up. Yellow tuna, Coral Island. It's afternoon and evening. Okay. But it has to be rain, storm, snow, blizzard. Wait, so if it's calm, then I can't get it? Is that what I'm... Hold on. A year and a half? Yeah, it's about to take me more than that because I've only gotten one of the sharks. And I'm, second winter. Yeah, I gotta wait for a storm. Well, darn it. Yeah. Gotta wait for a frickin' storm. I think it's the town. Ocean Dock and Beach. Okay. Fine. And that actually gives me more time. I need to get rid of these, so I need to find Aaliyah, Eva, and where did I put that food? Oh shoot. And that's Yuri. Find out where they are. Oh yeah, Nina. And Macy. Shoot, I need to find. Turn this back on. Okay. Do that coral in. I don't have anything in my pocket for. She's by Fish and Sips. She's by the lake. Go to the inn. Turn to the side. I want it to be facing forward. Don't turn your back on us. Chief. Oh my gosh. Whatever. The pink diamond. Oh, for enchanting? Nice. I do need some later level enchantment. I was giving it to people. Want cookies. Winter again. My morning routine now includes 10 minutes of scraping ice off the front door. It's better than scraping ice off the car. Let's hang out. And by hang out, I mean let's bake. It was great hanging out with you today. Now that I let 2 hours go by, Aaliyah and Yuri are the gifts I have. Yep. I missed my chance, but we can go to Fish and Sips. These muffins. Oh, and I need to find Ben because I have mushroom. He's probably asleep somewhere. Aaliyah is who I'm looking for. Oh, she must be upset. Yep. The design of the festival grounds was top notch. Raphael was behind it, wasn't he? The leaf petals were a particularly nice touch. I'm thinking of getting him a thank you gift. What's your take on that? That's a good idea. No. I wish they had those skeletons up for sale. They'd fit right in at the tavern. Time to switch outdoor training to indoor workouts. Stay active even in the cold. Alright, Ben. Where are you? Because I have this mushroom. Yep. Okay, I need to empty my pockets, sell the animal products, and start setting up my farm. Change this outfit. Oops. Hmm. Yeah. There's I'll show you because I have a couple set up. These things are called slime of replication. Okay. And then these increase the quality of an item. Oh yeah. So I have the highest selling fossil. The skulls sell for a lot. And then I think the silver forks and silver spoons sell for a lot. But I need to get the rubies out of there and instead... Is it the pink crystal or a pink diamond? I think it's a pink diamond, right? Because I have pink crystal on me. You're so poor. Okay, so there is ostrich mayonnaise. Let me see how much it sells for. Yeah, craft one ASAP. You need a lot of the goo. I forgot exactly what it's called. The pink goo that comes from the like gooey monsters in the mine. I think you need 20. Press up can go. You have so much loot, that's good. Yeah, I need to duplicate those, but I want to change my outfit. Or do I want those pants? I want those pants. Oh, the hat. I was gonna try. Put it in there. And... the panda outfit is cute. I think the bear outfit looks the warmest because of that. Mhm. But where was the hat that I was gonna try? These hats are different. I love this backpack though. It doesn't look as cool when you are like running around with it, but I love that it wiggles. I don't know if I'm gonna use it though. I don't like the brown with brown. We'll do that. And yeah, what color in the shoes? And it's Monday. Okay, so I put the... Oh, I was gonna try to make that jackfruit casserole. Is that what it was? When I see it, I'll remember. Oh, we can do banana fritters. Was it minced jackfruit pie? I have all the stuff written. Let me... It is jackfruit casserole. And then this. Oh, I need carrots. Okay. I can plant some carrots. And I don't have jackfruit casserole. Yes, I do. Oh, I just need milk. Do that. We get milk every day. How many? 4, so I just need 2 milk. Do that. And then there's this. If I have... Not this one. It's another. Okay, there's one recipe that I don't have that I... Panda. Okay. Whatever. What I need to be doing is setting up my farm. Oh, come on. That's not what I need. Why is it doing that? Yeah, these are the small scarecrows. We need a limit scarecrow. We get 2. Need more osmium bars. Ooh. Okay. Oh, we don't need this either. Why is this here? All in the way. Can have you look like that. Okay. Yep. And you can go too. No reason for you to be here. Finish that in the morning. And anything going on? Oh, it is Raj's birthday. One day left. Got more in mining. Oh yeah, because I dumped all that stuff. How much? 12? We doing the town mural? Nice. I haven't even gone back to look at what I need for the other stuff. I need to do that. Oh, you're trying to leave? Trying to run out of here. You say that every day, Ken. I wish I could hibernate like the bears, sleep through the cold winter and wake up when it's warm again in spring. That's nice. Oh, I didn't sell the silver fork. Oh, I forgot I made 2 of the scarecrows. I managed to snag one of the best elixirs from the royal kitchen. Consider it a little gift for our friendship. Just don't ask how I enjoy it. Well, thanks, Sagong. Frozen seagrass. Light and sweet soft serve. Ew. There's a hint of grass in the taste, but it's pleasantly surprising. Okay. Okay, it looks nice. I need to just clear things out though. Including this, because this is in the way. Let me move you. Because I'm about to use you to... Wait, what did I move? Oh. Get rid of the tree if it's all that. I think it's a fruit tree, actually. Oh gosh. I don't know what I had. Okay, let me go do that again. Get rid of the rock, I don't care. Okay. I can handle the other stuff. Yeah, the square. I didn't realize I had a seed there. Oh, this tree. Why did I not move the tree? Too many trees. Oh, I didn't put... Oops. Did I not move the tree? I think I might have hit cancel. I did. Go back and do it. I forgot to come back and plant this. Did I... I've ordered them either. Could have swore I did. No drops. I need 4 more. Oh, I need 5 more, because there was one missing right there. Okay. Damn tree gotta move. I wasn't trying to go out of that. Don't want to confuse myself. I might need... Oh no, I do have enough. And I have 1... 4. What I can do with 4. Okay. I was always wondering why people left a space, but you want to go to the edge. I feel like I'm going to. I need to, but I just can't focus on more than a couple things at a time. So I keep saying that once I get this automated, then I'll worry about that. Because I have a couple things planted down there. They're just, yeah, too many things to do. I can't concentrate. Okay. Those are good. Okay. And I did do it all. We'll do 3 of these since I have so many seeds. Only 9 days, 11 days. Oh, I don't have the thing on it. I'm like, why am I not? Didn't I think this is the one that I need. Osmium bars, yeah. Make osmium bars real quick. Not diving, mining. 2,000 each? Nice. I don't have coal in here. They're all at coal already? Goodness. Wrong one. Okay, I need to find Aaliyah. Aaliyah. Okay, she's playing. Now when they get to playing, get intense. What's the tea? It's probably too much, but whatever. And oop, I just realized if I don't get these things on here, I gotta grab this silver. Shoot. Don't I have another? Pretty sure I have another one of these. In the other room. Because I need these now. I want to have these by today. Yes, I do. Randomly. No, why did I go past? Because for each of these, it's one, right? Yeah. So those 5 will be enough for those 4. Putting these. So if it's 9 by 9, right? 9 times 9 is what, 81? That doesn't count for this. Oops. Because it's covering some of that. But probably shouldn't. That's what I could do. The attachment, take that off, and instead. Because that's probably why. Oops. I did that. That's probably why it used more than I saw, because path is there. These will probably work perfect. That's definitely not enough. But I'll put these. And then where else am I gonna put this? Give myself a lot of purpose because I don't. Those are seeds. I think I got animal products, did I? Nope. Okay, you guys are ridiculous. Look on them. We have a feeder and a petter, so they're good. Oh, I still have room. I think I went in here. Yeah. Not. Okay, so I did check on everybody. Okay, I need to find Yuri because I just saw two of those things in my pocket. sure I already had all of that. Where is Yuri? I don't think I have anything for Lily. Do I need to make some pancakes? Alright. No, let me just go to Lily. Because if I go home to make pancakes, I'm not going to get back in time. I hope the kids decorate the town, but I've got things to do today. Yeah, it's too bad. It's about time we lived up to our standards as a town. Better late than never. The Bonk the Skeleton game was hilarious. Okay, let me get the... And I guess I... Hold on. More hay. I was about to say it's not even giving me hay. Oh man, it barely gives you any hay. 9, okay. The haunted house was next level this year and got lost twice. Bonbon loves the snow. I just wish he wouldn't bring it all into the house after playing outside. Where else do I want to go? I didn't give Aaliyah. She was at the beach. Okay, she's now by Raj. There are more gems in the museum collection than I thought. It's very impressive. Got 2. Ooh, 10 hearts with Leah. Perfect. Let me take Luke off. I'm here, so let me buy pizza. And it's open. Need 1. We'll buy 1. 1 week of pizza. And she is here. Oops. I've got to sort out the pictures from the festival. I'll do it tonight. Reminds her of home. Where is... Inside. Please have a seat. Make yourself at home. Okay. Let me go back to... Man, I really want to see... Oh, inventory full. Mom said her and Aunt Alice's costumes were from an old show, Blueberries in Pajama. I wouldn't watch it now. They had the best costumes. Oh yeah, I need osmium bars and solar panels. I don't have shard or iris. Don't have cotton cloth. Don't have amaranth flower. Okay. I can make 50 scrap floor tile quickly. It's the solar panel. Okay, yeah, I just need to start making solar panels and then we'll be fine. Let me empty my pockets, start making some solar panels. And see what I have from there. Okay, crafting solar panel. Oh, okay, that's cool. We need more glass. No problem. Because I have so much. So much of that can be turned into glass very quickly. Ooh, buffalo cheese. Berry wine, kimchi. Oh, you need 20 each. Okay. The two. Let me put them looted. Feel like, even though no, I know I'm gonna want trash. I feel like I want to turn the trash into scrap in there. This is irritating me. Move over. Why is it really irritating me? There's no corner for this to go into. That doesn't really go, but whatever. Ooh. Slow harder. You know what? Thank you for reminding me because I did not even talk to her today. Him, her. And I don't even think. Didn't even go in here. No fruit. No fruit. I don't have the place decorated like I want to yet, but it's decent. To empty that. Hope there's no bugs in here. Need to sell this. Go there. Want to empty this. Rid of it. So like I don't need that. What other fish do we never get asked for? Brown trout. Don't need half of that. Where is the one frogfish? That's what's her name like. But now that I have her food, I don't need the frogfish. I need to be duplicating the phantoms for Haru. Give some to him. 820. Ooh, it's open. Come on. We're going to see Wataru. Yeah, that old tree's looking healthier. I'm not sure why everyone's making such a big fuss about it. Probably just the weather or something. I don't sell my costumes. Well, maybe, if you're willing to pay me a premium. Oh, you let me come over here this late at night? I may as well. I don't know if I need a Triceratops tail. Let me check. Journal? What did I meet? Oh, yeah. Found fossil. Yep, I already have Triceratops tail. I need 6, 7, 8. Wow, I only need 8. We got all the gems, and I need 4, 5, 6. And we get all the forage. Oh yeah, or Brussels sprouts. Well, we don't have space for Brussels sprouts. Is that what I was trying to make? It was. Let me see, who can I hang out with? Since there's... I can hang out with Leah. Oh, she's at 10 hearts. Was someone else also? Must have just been her. Oh, Dippa has an event. Oh, and Oliver. And Ben's not around. Well, nobody is out and about except for Waku. Guess we'll be hanging out with Waku. Whoever set up that ring toss at the festival really made it challenging. They sure did. To give you anything? But let's hang out. Let's go fishing. Something that I might get a fish from. It's late. Please let me know when you're free. I'd love to hang out with you again. Well, I guess it's time to get back to work now, huh? It's time to go to sleep. The game said take yourself to... It's finished, and I haven't even started anything else. Elias 10 hearts, Valentina. Ooh. Nice. 4. My stuff. Yeah, silver fork is good to duplicate. Hanging out with Millie. Keep forgetting about her. Does you do one, and then does you do all of them. I keep that up there so I can remember. And hers doesn't have anything yet. No available points. Alright. He's rushing out the house. My goodness. Oh yeah, I want to go. I never noticed before that this has lights. Really pretty. I like that. Oh, it looks so nice. The bottles. The tires. I don't know why I didn't. Yes, there are 5 strawberry. That must be the one that I never seen anybody with. I always see these two. Special, okay. Oh, that's how you get the pufferfish stuff. Okay. You could put trash in and get more trash. Ew. Go gather up my trash. Oh, we don't need to do that. Okay, so it does need to be 500. Okay. Well. I don't know if I have 500. Stuff all over the place. Probably do. I'm surprised there's no trash in here. No trash. Nope. So I'd have to go get some. Which is fine, because I know that they, that's what those rooms underwater are for. Alright. Everything is watered. I love it, I love it, I love it. I am not gonna play this today. Ooh. Well, that's pretty. Did it... Oh man. We need osmium lychees. Alright. Well, I'm gonna end it here. But thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your night.